I was gonna try to get that call even out there. That was actually J.R. Willard with the Cajun Navy, and he's actually from Amory. And northwest side of Amory was impacted. And I think this thing's gonna go tornadic there just to the south of DeRidder. We're live, everybody. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna figure out a new route. I might take this southern route through DeRidder, toward DeRidder. Be another 31 miles, but might go south of DeRidder. Yeah, it is. This thing looks significant, everybody. Major tornado outbreak is happening. We got a moderate risk out. Tornado driven now. 15% hatch area stretches basically from Alexandria all the way up to Jackson, south of there as well. This one, different than the last, is going to be a little bit further south. And a very large west to east oriented severe weather threat stretching from north of Houston all the way to Wilmington, North Carolina, and south of that. And the tornado threat's really going to ramp up again this evening, overnight tonight. But the tornado threat's about to ramp up significantly across southern Mississippi. Just read a mesoscale discussion, 95% watch issuance. This thing could even be more widespread than the last event. Cleanup continues. I just got off the phone. My good old friend J.R. Willard from the Cajun Navy, who's from Amory. His hometown, northwest side of Amory, was hammered by that tornado. Cleanup continues in Rolling Fork as well, Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Right near the boundary, surface temperature 74 degrees. Storm near DeRidder is turning hard right. Hard right. That's a bad sign. That means that it's going intense. That's my position right in the path of the thing. See how it's getting more smooth and more organized? This initiated in the Texas Piney Woods north of Houston. So I'm going 31 miles out to the south, and then I'm cutting right, and I'll be all over this storm. Never stop chasing. Brian is back behind the desk. He's going to be dominating too this whole entire time. And yes, we are live. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Major tornado outbreak is going to be happening. There it is. This initiated. Whoa! The Texas Piney Woods north of Houston. All right, we're back. And please dominate that like button too. That helps a lot. We're trying to get the word out here. We're on the ground coverage. We're trying to get the word out. So if you know anybody in this risk area, this moderate risk area, let them know. Share this stream with them. Let them know that we're breaking things down, breaking down radar. We're in the field. We see it with our own eyes.
And hello, everybody. Jumping in really quick to show you the risk area that Reed is talking about. So this is it. This you can see it's a wide swath of the south here. Unfortunately, includes a lot of the areas that were hit. So this is where we are. This is where Reed is about right here, and he's looking at this DeRidder cell. So we'll go back to him now.
I'm going to take that southern route, Brian. A little bit easier. Storm's passing DeRidder right now, so we'll have visual. Look at all the lightning strikes out in front of this thing. Lightning strikes all the way out ahead of the storm in the inflow region. When these storms start to develop big lightning, it means the updrafts are starting to increase. I've got hormonal sweats right now, which is why I got to keep these rolled up. Just a little bit too much. All the adrenaline. I got a complicated relationship with it. Don't really like adrenaline that much. Not in this for the rush. In it for the chase, the science, the meteorology, the warning of the people in the path of these storms. the increasing of awareness for severe weather, and I love storm chasing too. Brian is behind a radar. We might even have my friends from the Omaha Twister Chasers, Mike and Dan Boom Castro, are going to be participating in this stream at times, giving their 2 cents if we can make that work. Yeah, it did, Chad. Remember Storm Chaser Chad? Talk with him again, too. Today did kind of take a turn for the worse, but yeah, incredible support from the community coming together for the recovery effort. I've got clear skies, surface temperature 73 degrees. Okay, we can't yet bring people in yet, but we will be soon. Dan Boom Castro, but he can text me and can tell you what he says. That's Mike Lashendro and Dan Castro I'm talking about. If they can just FaceTime it eventually. Just happy to have you here, Brian. I know you just wanted to have a good day today, but notice some of the waviness on the south side of the storm. Right along that RFD gust front, you start to get that wave action. Sometimes that kind of precedes the storm starting to develop tornado potential when you start getting that wave action like that as the RFD is about to surge. That's what that means. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, new Team Dominator members. Live storm chase mode is here. That's the radar image just below my head. That's the target storm, which is just south of DeRidder right now. The rotation is starting to tighten up. It's not tight enough yet to warrant a tornado warning. It has a very large hail on it, though. Another storm developing just off to the southeast, too. Just off to my east. That one's going to lift up toward the Natchez area. So you got to wonder if by getting on this storm too early, am I biting myself in the ass a little bit? Because possibly it could end up happening further east. I know a lot of storm chasers like to be in the risk area by the Storm Prediction Center risk area, which is just off to the northeast, but I try to target the storms, try to chase them, try to look at the environments that they're moving into to better understand how they're going to behave. But yeah, I'm a little bit concerned because this severe weather event is so close to the last one that sometimes they can catch people by surprise. That's why it's so important for you to share this stream. If you know anybody in and around this risk area, please share the stream as we are on the ground providing real coverage, on the ground coverage of these storms as they're happening. Jennifer Ordway, thank you very much, and never stop chasing. Much appreciated. We're living up to the name, never stop chasing, just because of this active severe weather pattern. And the Storm Prediction Center actually has a risk out for Thursday, too. Kind of funny when these risks come out, all the meteorologists and even storm chasers just repost them. And even during the outbreak a couple days ago, people are reposting the day 7 risk for Thursday, and then bam, this moderate risk tornado outbreak happens. Kind of teaches a lot of the meteorologists a lesson that, hey, you got to take one day at a time, one outbreak at a time. And we're taking today, one day at a time today. We're chasing today on this one all night tonight. Could be like a 12-hour stream here potentially if Brian will make it work. Watch out for that storm just off to the southeast, the new one going to. But this storm has a ton of lightning on it in its open warm sector, and the inflow is starting to ramp up. It does appear that it's starting to develop that tornado potential. I'm going to take a right here. I'm on 165 south, and then at 20 miles, I'm going to head west toward DeRidder. And I'll be all over it. Thanks, everybody. DeRidder, you're in the forward flank right now. There's two parts of a supercell. There's the forward flank downdraft and the rear flank downdraft, two areas of descending air. The forward flank downdraft is the main core. That's the main rain and hail core. And there's a boundary along the southern gradient of that reflectivity called the forward flank gust front. And the supercell likes to move parallel to that reflectivity gradient. So I kind of use that tool to line up which way the storm's going to be moving. It's a nice little trick that you can use. I can see the anvil starting to overspread this area. I can see the boundary already. Let me show you what it looks like, folks. See that kind of lighter colored sky just above? Yeah. Well, there it is. There's the storm. Tons of lightning. Sorry for the look of my thigh right there. Monster calf. Yeah, there's the storm. Into Ritter, you're in the forward flank. There's the hook. You're going to watch two areas. Right at the tip usually is where the storm develops tornado potential, especially kind of earlier in the spring when you get these more tilted storms that will develop. But look at all that lightning in the inflow region. Tons of lightning. It's usually a sign that the storm is starting to intensify. It's like a big hail producer now, gorilla hail. I am a little bit worried that those storms out near Jackson are going to be the ones that really end up taking off. But we're getting on the one that's more mature right now. But boy, the ramp analysis was kind of showing some of those surface winds veering a little bit out ahead of this area. Very easy to miss the tornadoes days like this. "18 miles, and I'm going to head west toward that storm." Oh, it's starting to spin pretty good. With that area of spin that's beginning to develop. Might be about to go tornadic as we anticipated.
Guys, so catching you up, if you might be just joining the stream, talking over Reed a little bit here. Sorry about that. Reed is targeting this DeRitter cell right here. It has his attention. Though most of the warning is more to the east, he's saying that this one really has his attention early on here. So he's going to be on that. And just a reminder, like, share, subscribe if you haven't, but definitely throw a like on the stream. It definitely helps us, especially at the start. And now I'll stop talking over Reed.
Southern Mississippi, you've also got a very intense, high-end tornado-driven threat of big problems. I am a little bit worried that the severe weather threat is going to impede the recovery efforts again. A lot of police activity in this town. I'm almost on it, Brian. Here in 15 minutes, I'm going to start heading west, and then we'll get visual of the structure of the storm. But look at the sky. Unstable. I am talking with Flexiel about organizing a relief operation. I got to get on the horn with them tomorrow. Spoke with my Cajun Navy friend, JR, and maybe I can connect them again like I did with Hurricane Ian. And then another severe weather event next Thursday. A little bit of rain already falling. from this storm, way southwest of me still. It just shows you how strung out this thing is. It's a storm that has a lot of mass. It's the result of already a ton of cell mergers. A lot of instability over southern Mississippi. I'm a little bit concerned that stuff could go way out in front. Whoa, damn. Yeah, in 15 miles, I'll probably get gas before I head west. Maybe I'll try it in Oberlin out there. I've got a Conoco right in Oberlin. I was thinking about taking the north option into DeRidder, so if the storm goes a little north... Oh, man. Tornado warned. Storm is tornado warned, folks. There it is.
To give you guys a little sit rep here, Reed is about about 40 minutes away from DeRidder itself, but the cell is obviously it's moving towards him, so we'll be on it and in it sooner than you know.
Turn around. Oh no, we'll do it up here. Tornado warn, Brian, so I'm going to make an aggressive approach. Be on it in a few minutes. My downdating storm chasers will be on this. They usually like to play the Storm Prediction Center outlooks, just kind of positioning in the middle of the risk. So I doubt there'll be a lot of people on this one. 0.3 miles and I take a right on Old River Mill. It's like some storm damage here. Excuse me. Tornado warning on this storm. I'm gonna need gas at some point too, but just gonna have to go. No choice, no time. Gotta get on this. Tornado warning has been issued south of DeRidder and includes DeRidder. And eyeing this storm the whole time, and we're about to get after it. Thank you, Brian. Now just going to take this storm straight west. I got one more light. And I know that there's a ton of lightning on this storm. Tons of lightning. It's ramping up. It's got a lot of lightning in the inflow region, and this thing's about to go haywire. I'm going to take this road right into town here. I'm going to get gas, and then I'll be done. I'll be off to the races. I see a shell right there. 9.4 miles, and I take a left into the storm. Yep, Oakdale. I'm going to get some rain way out ahead of this thing. See if it's got a tornado on the ground. Brian probably has already told you it does have strong rotation. It looks like it might even have produced. No, I don't think so yet. Still radar indicated. Strong rotation intensifying. 8.6 miles. This thing's intensifying just southeast of DeRidder. Ramping up big. The storm chaser retimmer about to intercept the first tornado warned storm of the day. It's out near DeRidder, Louisiana. This event could even go bigger in terms of scale and how widespread it is, with a moderate risk and a 15% hatch area for tornadoes. Tornado-driven moderate risk, and it stretches from Lufkin all the way to Wilmington. That's Texas to North Carolina and areas out to the south. And I do think that once again it looks like a nighttime event, but I think tornadoes during the day as well. And I'm already about to get the first tornado warned storm out here near DeRidder. Tornado potential ramping up. Should have visual of this thing soon. Does have a very nice little RFT on it popping out. Wow. Yeah, Elizabeth, I drop on that back road. I'm going to take a left at Elizabeth through Sugartown too. Sugartown is pretty close to the path, so Sugartown. Also getting your safe place, Sugartown. This is the first tornado warning. Sugartown, get in your safe place. It's moving due east. Maybe a tick north of due east, but it definitely looks like it's moving due east to me. Got these glasses, my old school glasses at the gas station, so that I can see, get more contrast, and I can see storms more easily. Yeah, I'll be on this in no time.
I guess it was you, as you heard, Reed was saying that this storm seems to be recycling, and I want to thank the Chase Trust who help on this stream. This is the velocity here, and if we animate it a little bit, we could see that the storm it's trying to ramp up, and then it falls, and then it recycles, and it tries again. So it's going through the motions, and we'll see what happens pretty soon here.
Please share this stream if you know anybody in this tornado area. I'm concerned that this one's kind of catching us by surprise. A lot of people are tired out too from the last tornado outbreak, and then bam, suddenly this one comes out of nowhere. And a couple of days ago it was a marginal risk. Now it's a tornado-driven moderate. Tornado outbreak appears likely. 3.8 miles, and I'm gonna head toward that storm. I can see where it is. 73 degrees in my area here. .3 miles. I'm going to be in Elizabeth, and I'm going to take a left on 112, and then we're going to take that straight to DeRitter. Wow. A lot of inflow on this thing.
Just jumping in to tell you guys what Reed is looking at. And so this bright green right here, this is inflow. That's air moving into the storm. And so that's what Reed is commenting on.
See if we can see it over the tops of those trees. Oh yeah, I think I can see a well-defined lowering already on it. 2 miles, and I'm going to make a beeline toward it. You can already see a large wall cloud on it. Please share this stream if you know anybody within 100 miles of this storm, because I'm going to be underneath it providing you updates on what the hell's going on in the ground. Thanks, Dan. I know, Dan! I could easily get gas here if I wanted to. I'm worried it's producing already. I got half the tank. So we gotta get on this thing. 1.3 miles, I'll take a left. Remember that gas station, the two of them. Remember it, Elizabeth. That's the storm. Thank you, Team Dominator members. Thank you for joining us. .5 miles, I'm going to take a left on the 112. It's too dangerous to pass this person. Worried about hydroplaning. The gamma. I'm playing a little safer than a lot of people out there, especially when it comes to driving. There's the storm. Look at the clear air to the south of it. Oh, I can see the base already. Might be cycling, honestly. Connor McElroy! Oh, wow. It's a base. Yeah, Connor just said the storm slowed from 55 to 30. I can see the base up there lowering. We just have to take this road that goes west right into it. It's coming right up here. It's trying to latch onto the boundary. It's pretty obvious. I know, Connor. Connor McElroy, the Irishman. Here we go. Sugartown is pretty close to it as well, I think. It doesn't have a tornado on the ground right now. It just has this tornado warning. Hook, huge hook on it. Enormous hook on this storm. And there I am. I'm impinging on the forward flank gust front. I might be trying to reach down south a little more again. Sugartown, you want to get in your safe place? That hook is starting to look suspect.
Just jumping in to give a little more context. We have a bunch of new people on the stream now, so I'm gonna zoom out for a second, give you guys an overall view of the day. This is the whole area that the SPC has warned. It gets the warning is more intense. The red, orange, yellow, green. Reed is over here on this DeRitter cell that was just tornado warned. It looks like it's now back to it's a new severe thunderstorm warning. So we are on this storm right here, and we want to also just thank everybody who's giving, all the new members of Team Dominator. It's great to have you. Great to see the community growing. So help us keep growing. Keep liking, sharing, subscribing. We're doing a great job of liking. If you haven't liked it yet, please do. And back to Reed.
But it could happen at any second. I mean, look at that hook. The tip of that hook, the RFD extending down from it. Only a matter of time, but that's the yellow box so far. But look at this monster supercell. Huge hook on it.
All right. This is why we have this set up here, is that occasionally, now we have a secret box that we have 2 SIM cards of every single major carrier that we have. So as we lose T-Mobile, we pick up Verizon. As we lose Verizon, we have AT&T. and it's all bounded together to give us the best signal possible. But occasionally at times like this, we do lose signal, and but looks like we're coming back here.
See that base shortly through all this murk. It's definitely right. Wow, what a storm, jeez. I could get the drone up right now, but I think visibility would be a little bit limited. I'm gonna go into the rain here for a bit. We're going into the forward.
Okay, so you heard him. He's going into the rain. He's going into the forward flank. So that's over here. And if we're looking at velocity on this storm, we see that it's wide area. Usually a tornado signature will be a very bright green against a very bright red. So at this time, there's a very broad rotation. But this has caught Reed's eye here. And so let's see. Let's see if we could look at tops, which shows us how tall a storm is. It's a pretty tall storm. You could see the orange tells us how high it is, or the blue isn't as high, yellow is higher, orange is higher, and red is very, very high. So you could see this was a little bit higher before. Now it seems to have gone down again. Maybe it's going to go back up. And so let's see here. We look back at reflectivity. There we go. This is the major hook that Reed was talking about. There's a very exaggerated hook here. You see, if you're a member of Team Dominator, you can see we have things like our custom emoji, like the hook that Reed just sent there. That's a hook echo. That's what this is called. So this is an unusually long hook. It's a little strange here. Let's see. There is a huge hail core on this. That is for sure a giant hail core. So you might be in for some crazy hail damage. But Reed is back, so here we go.
Damn it, that Oberlin road is perfect.
All right, still struggling with the signal, but it's gonna come through. I got a feeling. Yeah, just absolutely monstrous hook on this huge hail core, which is usually the anatomy of the storm. To those of you, we have a lot of new storm fans here. The anatomy of the storm, a hail core is usually to the north right there, so it's usually north of the circulation, which is usually about right there. And so it depends on which way you're approaching a storm. It influences the way that you chase. If you're coming in from the east, you might have just a clear view the whole way into what's called the bear's cage, or where the tornado is. If you're coming in from the west, you have to slice through the hook, just like this, and that's what's called a hook slice. And if you're coming in from the north, that means you have to go through the hail. So you have to punch the core. You have to punch the hail core and probably destroy your windshield, probably destroy a lot of anything else that's on the outside of your hood. So right now we are approaching from the east, maybe a bit northeast here. Come on. And if we zoom out here, just to give you guys another overall view of the day, you could see that there's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings already. So, I think everybody from the last few days knows everybody needs to be paying attention to the weather. They need to be getting the word out. They need to be sharing whatever. You could share this stream. You could share. You could share this stream, but we really want people to use a couple different, sources of information for their weather. Don't just use us for your weather information. Don't just use this stream for that. Have on the news, have on whoever you trust, SPC, all of that, and also know your safe places. There's a really great resource that was shared in the community by Carliana. I got it from her. There in the description of the video, you could see that there's a Google map of all the tornado shelters all around the area here. So, if you're in the area, maybe take a look at it, figure out where your nearest tornado shelter is and how long it might take you to get there if you need to. But as we zoom out here, for those of you who are new, it's a storm will become severe. It'll get a severe warning, which it'll get one of these yellow boxes. And then if it gets really strong, it'll get a red box, which means a tornado warning. And when those boxes turn red, it's you very much need to be paying attention. You need to be paying attention if you're inside any of these areas right now, because any of these can go tornadic. Some of them are more likely than others, but that's why they exist. The yellow boxes, the red boxes, the polygon system. So it looks like this storm is riding a boundary, which intensifies the storm. It'll make it have a higher tornado potential. It's got an untapped environment to the south, this area right here. Sorry, let me zoom out here. This area right here. A lot of times there's you can almost think of it like there's limited energy in the atmosphere, and if a storm goes through, it eats up all the energy, and then a storm behind it may not have as much potential to go tornadic. But if you look to the south here, there's plenty of energy. This is wide open. There's plenty of energy for this storm to ride on. So that's probably one of the main reasons that Reed has picked this storm out. Why he jumped on this one. But you do see we do have quite a few. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 severe thunderstorm warnings already. And this day actually it's early. This will be a long day. And we'll be here the whole time too. Reed will be chasing the whole time. We'll be streaming the whole time. So if you have to go somewhere, you could leave us on if you want. But we'll be here if you think, I wonder if they're still on. We'll still be on. But here we are. Here hopefully is Reed coming back here. But we do know that when he comes back, he will be on this. So let me look exactly where he is right now. He's in Pitkin. The storm we're looking at here is it's going to be in Elizabeth in 6 minutes. It's going to be in Glen Mora about 20 minutes later, McNary later, Turkey Creek, and Cheneyville if it sticks to its current path here. Yeah, almost back. Almost back. Sounds like he's excited. I could hear a little bit of his audio. right, let's take a look at satellite if we can here. Satellite tells you a lot. Oh, come on. And make sure we don't have a technical problem because we shouldn't be losing signal for this long. I guess while we wait here, I do want to really thank Stealthy PS as always, and the Desire and Rock Hardy. Thank you guys very much for your support, along with Felicia R and Donna Falkenberg. Always gifting memberships, which we hope people enjoy. If you have a membership, Reed will often have he'll do weather briefings just for the members, and he'll also sometimes do sort of a digestion of what just happened. So he's planning on doing kind of a digestion of that tornado that happened in L.A. last week, and he's certainly going to do an analysis of the rolling fork tornado from the other night. I'm sure that you guys already know there's horrible disasters throughout the South, and if you can find a great organization, you could use the Cajun Navy, you could use World Central Kitchen, we really love, or you could use the Red Cross. We heard Reed on the phone as he was starting the stream that he's trying to get something a bit more official with the Cajun Navy, because over the years of doing all sorts of being in disaster zones together, Reed really knows everybody in the Cajun Navy, and he really has a pretty intimate relationship with anybody that goes into a disaster zone. So he has a really good sense of which organizations are really have their stuff together. Yeah, Reed will be back, guys. Yeah, it's tough signal right now. Again, if you guys were listening before, we do have this box that does that bonds them all together. We are looking at the mobile Starlink once it works out several bugs. But Starlinks do work, but right now it's really just stationary Starlinks. The mobile ones don't work as well. Okay.
Vicksburg right now. Not good.
Yeah, it's tough right now. I mean, honestly, if the stream lags out, it's the fault of the cell towers and in combination with an intense storm. Like we have state of the art tech powering our connectivity now. So if they can't do it, it can't be done. So there was also problems with coverage the other night, and that's because cell tower was hit by a storm, which happens a lot. As soon as the tornado comes through, all of a sudden connectivity seems to lag. And a lot of times it is because the cell tower takes a direct hit. They seem to take direct hits all the time. But let's look closer at our storm here because I've been a little focused on the connectivity. Taking another look at the storm, looking at the latest velocity scans, you can see this bright green area here. This is inflow. This is moving towards the radar. This bright green means this section of air is moving a little bit faster than the sections around it. This red here means that the air is moving away from it. So it is trying to spin a bit here. Let's see. Stand by. So this storm will be, let's see. I want to show you something here, is that if a storm is doing a recycle, this is the hook echo that we were talking about, right? And this storm has been recycling and recycling and recycling. And apparently it seems like this storm is just going to ride the boundary, and it could ride it for hours. Could ride it for the next 3 hours, and Reed will be on it, right? Oh, and he's back. But what I was saying here is you could see the hook, and then you could see this is the old circulation. This is the new hook right here. Okay, so I can finish what I was saying. Right, so the base of the storm is undergoing a recycle, we believe. On radar, you can see the original base being cut off. This one, the original base being cut off, is a new one forms to the northwest right here. Almost there.
And it does appear to be pulling that boundary up. All to do is pull that boundary up to it. So I think it's going to develop tornado potential. That's my location. Look at that, right in the inflow zone, that large hook. And we're even getting lightning out to the east of it. Look at the lightning along that boundary. Kind of telegraphing where the storm's going to go. But yeah, about to get hit by the hook, a large hook. Got that, Brian? I'm gonna head back toward Oakdale. We're getting some meso mist here now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but I think it's getting more organized. Look at the base. Oh yeah, look at that. Big lowering on it. A little hazy here in the forward flank, but forward flank downdraft. Yep! Wow. Wow. It's pulling in northerlies. This thing might be starting to get going. It's definitely pulling in big northerlies. I'm going to do a little pickle up here, 2 stop signs, and I'm going to head east. Hope you got me, Brian. We lost data there temporarily. I went down into the bush. Went into the bush. Still in the bush. Forward flank downdraft. 1 more stop sign, and then I'm headed east to Oakdale. Thanks, Brian. Good news. We're back. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes tornado warned again shortly. The hook's coming around. We're trying to pull that boundary up. I think might need to turn right. I can see that hook off to my south. Yes. Now we're back. Thanks, everybody. Dominate that like button. Share this stream. Let everybody to know we're on it. We're inside the storm, inside this supercell right now. I'm worried that a lot of people might have been caught off guard by this event. And that's because it was so close to the last one. Point forward, I'm going to take a right at the stop sign. Got a lot of floodwaters filling up the trenches here, a little bit. Okay, point 2, and I'm headed right on 10. Great. First, we use the auto charge through the forward flank. That's what we get. A little foggy in here, but we should kind of meander back into the good air. About to get hit by the hook. Kind of collapsing on itself. I'm having trouble staying on the warp side of the boundary, honestly. But they're almost more tempted to go toward Bolick Mesa and the Wiggins. All depends on if this thing can get onto the warm side of the boundary. Circulation's right in front of me, though. Look at that. A lot of scud. Boundary interactions. Northerlies. Look at that Scud. It's got a donut hole. It's a hook off to the right. It's not a tornado. It's a lowering though. That's the hook. Yeah, I'll show you this. Look at this. That's circulation, I think, back there. The hook kind of merged up, but look at that. Look at the rain. This looks like it's trying to produce up there. The rain is wrapping around that area. Wow! 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 That's incredible! Oh, the hook! Look at that circulation. Just steady. And it is spinning. It's actually spinning. It's a rotating wall cloud right there. Definitely trying. Rising motion as well in that Scud bomb. Possible even a weak circulation right there. Look at that. That might be a tornado, folks. I think that is a tornado. That's a tornado. We got to call this in. It's a tornado. It's producing. That's a tornado. That's a tornado, folks. There it is. Stretching. Tornado. We got a tornado. It just happened right now. Call it in. Call it in. Tornado. It's a weak of it. It's definitely a tornado. It's getting big. Getting large. Large tornado. Needs a warning. Call it in for me, folks. Call it in! It's on the ground! Tornado! Tornado! Help! Brian! Call it in! Fast! Shreveport! Tornado in progress here. I think it's still warned. Rapid and rain. Occlusion imminent. Tornado. Large tornado now. Getting wrapped in rain, wrapping in rain.
All right, you saw that we are coming right back, but we want to say that this is a tornado on the ground, 453 Glenmora, 454 McNary, 504 Forest Hill. Get into your safe place. This thing can go big quick. So we have 453, 454, 453 Glenmora. So that is, I mean, there has to be towns between there. Reed is back. Hold on.
Tornado just appears to have lifted right now. For now, it's lifted. Could touch down at any second again. Whoop. There it is. It's on the ground. On the ground again. We're going to get close to it now. Tornado on the ground again. It's been relatively weak but large. Going up for it. Going for intercept. Stay behind me back there. Coming at me. Coming right at me. Here we go. I can hear it. I can hear it. That's the whole circulation spinning above me. There's a clear slot coming around. It's it right in front of me now. Debris. Debris. Damn it. This is it. This is it. Get a little windy.
All right, Reed's coming back in a moment, but this is the storm that we're on. It has been called in. So this is, it looks like it might be turning. Has it been turning? Let's see here. Let's you saw it happen here. Reed picked the storm and he was right. So it just produced. If you just missed that, you could just jump back on the stream, and we'll be back in a second. But yeah, there it is. I'm gonna go to velocity here to see what it's doing. Not a very tight couplet. You saw that it touched down for a second, and then it got back up, and then it is circulating here. Excuse me.
I hope you got that. Thing had just lifted, but we're going to get in position for the next cycle. Already on the board. You can see the whole occlusion back there. See the whole tornado cyclone, but it was a weak tornado. Weak but large. A weak but large tornado. I hope that I was going live during that. Not sure if I'm live right now or not. Going to be that Bassfield one. I believe that was last year. Still kind of lowering. Thank you, everybody, Team Dominator members, for joining us. Yes. Seems to be. Oh, yeah. I assume that warning was reissued. Kind of a boundary interaction there, wasn't it? Yeah, I did get the tornado warning was issued. Thank you, everybody, for getting that out there. Glenn Mora, you're included. I don't think that the tornado's on the ground anymore. Type in Marksville. Keep back up with this thing. Roads aren't incredible around here, but All right, got my route. I'm gonna cut north here. Get back on it. Seems to be getting elevated as it crossed that boundary.
Just jumping here for those of you just joining the stream, you might have seen the tweet about it. You might have seen other people share this. If you missed it, there was a brief tornado touchdown right on this stream. You could look in the bottom left-hand corner at the little timestamp, the clock that we have going. It's 16:21:15 or so, right outside of Oakdale. That's when the storm that Reed picked hours ago produced, and we're on that storm now as it's recycling. Reed is staying on it. Back to him.
That's the circulation now. Way up there, it seems to be jumping a little bit. It did that. The backside of it, and we're just going to continue to head northeast after this storm. Interaction, little tornado there. Yeah, we want to look up to the northeast now, up in that area. .4, and then I'm headed east on Colony Road. Got a clear slot on it. Look at that. That has a large clear slot. That's the circulation that we're watching just to our northeast of Oakdale. It passed north of Oakdale. I hate that mount. Tornado warning has expired, but a severe thunderstorm warning now is for Cheneyville and areas off to the northeast. Got a lowering still. Ooh, yeah. Still trying to spin, actually. So yeah, circulation, that's it. Kind of convective, just a weaker circulation. Kind of broad rotation there now. And that's it. All right, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but the storm continues to go. It's just struggling to stay anchored on that boundary now at this time. Might be the old circulation back there to the left. Tornado potential looks kind of low with it now. I have to take that river crossing from New Roads up to Woodville eventually. That's the circulation now. Not very organized anymore, but
Guys, just jumping in to catch you up a little bit. You guys who've been watching for a while have seen me do this, but just catching everybody else up. This is the zoom out of the day. This is the SPC. This is where they tell you to watch out in these areas here. It's called a convective outlook. And the red area is the area where people within that red area need to be paying the closest attention to weather, but everybody, if you're in any one of these areas, be it green all the way to red, you should be paying attention to weather today. And so here we are. So this is going to, over the course of the day, this is going to move east, right? And Reed jumped on this storm. This is our storm down here. It sounds like he's... Sorry, I'm also listening to Reed coming through here. So one of the things that Reed is going to have to deal with right now that's just a fact of storm chasing is you have to stay track with the storm, right? So he's going to be tracking with the storm, And at a certain point, he's going to have to cross a river. So he's going to have to negotiate gas. He's going to have to negotiate where he crosses the river if he stays on a storm and all that. So I'll let you get back to him now.
Take a little while to get back into this thing. 7 miles and I'm going to head right. And that's another 7 miles. Difficult to get those tornadoes in Louisiana like that. I'm in Glenmore, and here in 7 miles, I'm going to head back off to the east. Probably have to do a hook slice maneuver. And there's 2 river crossings I can do. The one I can go around and then up to Woodville into the southwest corner of Mississippi. I'm leaning that way. Or I can go up to Natchez and across. But realizing how strong this boundary is, I just kind of want to stay with the boundary. 68 degrees here, so coming up into the south side of Alexandria. We're playing on the right down. I'm sure how the velocity ramp up with that thing. I am seeing some street flooding here now on the south side of Alexandria. Connor just said he's trying not to dent up a second rental in 10 days. I get it. I get it. I get it, Bert. McNary corporate limit. We're going to head east and then get back on the storm and then probably wrap back around up to Woodville. I think that those storms up near Jackson are probably elevated. They're elevated above the stable layer, and I think they're probably more hail producers, but what do I know? Reader app and a driver's license.
All right, so while we're going through this spotty area here, talk about Reed's been talking about the boundary a lot, and how this storm that he's on, the storm that he's picked that already produced a tornado. If you missed it, Reed tweeted out the timestamp, so you could go check that out. But actually, we're signals back, so here we go.
Thank you. .9 miles and we head back east, and then we'll have to come around the northwest side of the storm. Yep.
All right, guys, I want to show you what Reed was talking about with the boundary that he's talking about. He's talking about this storm riding the boundary. And so this is a great visualization tool. It's called Windy. And you can see very clearly that this wind is going northwards with the warm air. And then generally, this cooler air is coming south and east a bit. But you could see where it converges right over Houston now, and as we trace it all the way here, that's the boundary. So that's what Reed's talking about.
1.2 miles, 1.1. One mile. Boom. A little water. Not a big deal. A little hydroplane. Nine miles on this road now. We're gonna come in right behind it. Ooh, it's getting a hook on it again. Just north of Turkey Creek, it's getting another hook. It's definitely the storm to be on. See if I can beat it in time to Marksville. It's gonna be the hard part. It is moving at about 45 miles an hour now. It's reaching that appendage down again. You may see that. Yeah, we're gonna have some challenges when we get up to the river too, but I should be able to get it. Then I'm gonna drop southeast towards Simsport, and then that's where I'll have to cross. Probably be much better off just getting gas now. Just riding back here. So I'm gonna probably find a gas station coming up here. Want to get on that storm before it develops tornado potential again. We already know that it's capable of producing. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Welcome Team Dominator members. This storm is developing tornado potential again. Don't leave now. Dominate that like button. Share this stream to anybody you know on the path of this storm in southern Mississippi, because we're all over it, telling you what's happening underneath this storm. I'm trying to catch back up for another pass in Marksville. We're just getting started. Flooding up here. See the police officer just hit it. Look at that. Got to be careful here. Especially careful here. Think this storm's going tornadic again. The roads over here are tough. It is going to be difficult, but I think we're going to be able to get it. I'm only 30 miles from Marksville now. Just got to meander around a little bit. I bet it goes south of Marksville too. Probably latches on that boundary again. Sheet flooding! Ditches, drainages, everything is filling up pretty fast out here. There is a gas station up here I could sample, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to get gas until I get to Marksville, just because of the tornado potential is increasing so dramatically on this storm. It's about to hit Bunkie right now. Once I get through LeCompte, then I'll get it. Simsport. There is very difficult to chase. The road winds a little bit up here too, and wow, it's going to be difficult, but we can do it. Look at all the pollen. Gas station here I could use, but no time. That's just no time. This is 49 where the storm is crossing right now off to the right. Woo-wee! Okay. 55, sir. If you don't want to be going this way. "25 minutes from Marksville," I would say. I know. Subaru! I do think this storm's going to be capable of producing damage long term. Looks like this person's turning to the left. They might be going to fish. Camp. But yeah, I do think that this storm long term has potential of producing a strong tornado. It's already put down a large tornado. Decent motion in it already. My plan is to beat it to Marksville, then I'm going to go around the river down to Simpsport and then cross very difficult roads down here. But I think that storm is going to be capable of producing a strong tornado or two. Let everybody know, Brian. It's going to move across southern Mississippi. And it's just going to crank the whole way. Nothing to stop it. Line it up.
Right. So what?
Dial in your family's severe weather safety plans. Maybe stay with a neighbor that's got a tornado shelter if you don't have one. At least know that it's within range. And that's what you want to do when you have these big time tornado threats.
Right. So what Reed is saying is he's identified this storm. This one's already set down a tornado on this stream earlier. Sure, people in chat can tell you the timestamp of that, but it's been this storm that we've been on, and this storm. So this storm on the south here is riding along this warm, cold front boundary. This warm air is coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, and then we have this cold air coming down, and this storm is just on its own down here. And so it's just going to move right across the state here. So we're in Louisiana, obviously. We're headed into Mississippi. And so if you know folks who are along this line, we got Crosby, Bood, Brookhaven, Monticello, Bassfield, like this storm's eventually going to be close to them. They need to be paying attention. You could look in the description. There's a resource. There's a link, a Google map of all these tornado shelters in the area. So share the stream. Tell people to pay attention. Figure out their plan in case this comes through their town. And also, quick update: we're at over 690,000 subscribers. We only got 10 more to get to 700,000. Help us get there. If you're watching this, if you're enjoying this, if you think you might enjoy further, subscribe, help us out, and like and share. So back to Reed.
See the base way down there. Yeah, Marksville may not even be enough. I've got it pegged a little bit south of Marksville. So 4.5 miles, I'm going to take a right on Tiger Lake Road, and I'll probably have to do a hook slice between Marksville and Simpsport. That's my plan right now. This area floods very fast out here too. That's also a concern. Yeah, near Bunkie, watch out. Strong rotation now just west of Bunkie. The thing is going tornadic again. Right near Bunkie, the rotation is beginning to increase. Severe thunderstorm warning on it now, but I would not be surprised if it gets another tornado warning. Thank you, Brian, for dominating the radar breakdown. It's like it took us over 10,000 concurrents now. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. That's like an OU basketball game at Lloyd Noble Center, isn't it? Everybody uniting in the theme of increasing awareness for severe weather. Share the stream if you know anybody that lives across southern Mississippi. We're growing something big here. A network that begins with the storm chaser and their expertise in the field. Immersive coverage. We're going to get the Dominators back out in the field. You're going to be watching live streams as we're in Dominator 3. See if we can push it up to 100,000 people on here. All in the theme of increasing awareness for severe weather. And reaching your dreams, of course. But realizing that we've got a tornado damage path up just north of the Highway 82 corridor that people continue to recover from. Storm is going nuts near Bunkie. It's going to produce again. I'm going to get it on that road just east of Marksville. Tiger Lake Road, 1.5 miles. We're going to get it again. It's going to take a little bit, but we're going to get it again. Very challenging chase. And we're already dominating. What Noble Center? You're right, Ashton. Lloyd, I said Lloyd Noble. I didn't say OU football, I said basketball.
All right, going through a tough area. This is one of the hard parts about this this area, as well as windy roads. Dixie Alley is a very hard chase environment because, as you could see before we were losing signal, there's trees everywhere, so you can't actually see the sky very far. Not in like the high plains like North Dakota, South Dakota, you could see for miles and miles. Much more challenging here. The roads meander, and then you have the river, which we're gonna cross not too far from now. Back to Reed.
Very difficult road situation out here. No trucks allowed, that's probably a problem, but 3.6 miles, I'm gonna take a right on Highway 1, and that'll bring us down to Simsport. Got to stay focused on the drive here. It's a very dangerous, challenging conditions out here too. And there's, oh my God, I just saw a gator down there. A nice canal along the left side here. Windy. Watch out, squirrel! Watch out, squirrel! Damn it! Drive safe, man. Whatever you do, drive safe. You want to have a long career? Drive safe. Gain visual of the tornado and then pursue. Don't get too close. Never stop chasing. Those are the ideals of never stop chasing. What a beautiful little natural biome here. Nice canal, beautiful trees, some cycads out here. Love the cycads. Hey, I could almost, no, 1.5. I'm gonna take that road around the south side of Marksville. I don't even know if this thing has a tornado warning yet because I'm so focused on the drive that I just don't even have time to look. Looks like that marsh is trying to flood though. Yep.
Severe thunderstorm warning affected area ahead. Please proceed with caution.
Caution. Caution. Please proceed with caution. Almost to 1 now. That'll work. You're in a better position than I am. I'm behind it now, and that was the price that I paid for this, was that tornado. It happens. Damn, it's moving fast. It's trying to produce again their cotton port in Bunkie. I have Simsport typed in now. Marksville's in the forward flank. Yeah, Marksville, you're in the forward flank now. It's going to be a dangerous storm, a long tracker, I think. Long-term tornado potential. am falling behind, but I think I can still catch it just as it's crossing the river. I'm gonna have to go way down south. Aft. Damn it.
Hey guys, so what Reed is dealing with right now is we're dealing with twisting roads, rivers, and this storm, which is going at, if you could see it in here, it's going at 38 miles an hour. They do go, it's not as bad as it was the other day when storms were about as 50, but 40 miles an hour in a straight line when you need to be going up and around and then dropping down to a bridge, crossing, and then going over makes it more of a challenge, but sounds like he is sticking with it. His target right now is to get to Simsport here, and if we animate this map, we could see that this cell is just headed right for there. And remember what we were saying is this cell is going to be on the ground, just riding this warm, cold boundary all the way across Mississippi. So anybody in this southern Mississippi, all the way over from McCombs to Hattiesburg, you need to be paying attention because this cell could be the one that goes crazy.
Been on this for 76 miles, so I gotta take this all the way to the storm. Hook slice chaos. Get ready for the hook slice chaos. Manshura. It's passing south of Marksville. Fast-moving supercell storm. You're about to get hammered in Jackson by a bunch of severe thunderstorms. You got a severe thunderstorm warning in Jackson right now, but here's my storm, the supercell, a ton of lightning, and I'm on one right now, about to blast through. We'll have to get it. Classic hook slice maneuver. It's not easy keeping up with this. But we're right on its ass. Right behind it. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Let's pound that like button. Thank you, The Desire 28. Thank you. Some dude from Texas, howdy. Squirrels. Yeah, but I don't want to hit them. Thank you, everybody. Never stop chasing. Let's do this. We're going to get back in front of this. We're almost there. We got it. We're going to have to do a hook slice up here, though. We'll wrap around the south side of it, and we'll be back on this thing at Woodville. Atchafalaya National Heritage Area here. Everybody dominate that like button, please. Can't tell you how much that helps.
Just letting you guys know, who may not know what a hook slice is this is a supercell. This is the hook here. You see this hook on the southern end of it, and a hook slice is when you're coming from the west and slicing right through the hook to get into this clear air over here.
I can see the hook right in front of me. The milky skies, right? That's the hook. Whoa! Watch your lane! Watch your lane back there! You can see that it's getting that cyclonically curved hook to it as well. And it even has a donut hole there, northwest of Cottonport. Look at the donut hole that we got. coming into the rain on the backside of this beast. And we'll get a good visual at this thing one more time before it hits the river. I wanted to take that southern one around to stay out of Marksville, but probably effed. No. Tornado warned. South of Manchura. There it is, tornado warned. It's got that bounded weak echo region. We're going to make another pass on it. There it is. That's the donut hole. Look at the donut hole on it. Near Cottonport. It's near Cottonport right now. Might just get gas here at some point too. New tornado warning. Cottonport, get in your safe place. Simsport, get in your safe place. I think it's going to pass just north of Simsport as it crosses the Mississippi River. Get in your safe place. Dangerous. Tornado warning supercell, and it's an HP. High precipitation storm. Tornado is probably wrapped in rain. Just coming in on the backside of the hook right now.
Guys, so here we are. We're on the backside of the hook, as Reed was just saying. So we're probably about right here. This is the tornado warned storm that we're on. It's HP, which means high precipitation, which means lots of rain, which means difficult to see for both Reed and for people who might be in the path of it. So people who are in the path of the storm, we have Moroville, if I'm saying that right, at 524. Get in your safe place. Anybody inside this this tornado warning, get in your safe place. So this is outside. It seems like it's past Cottonport at this point, but this is tornado warned. This storm has already produced a tornado across the state on this stream earlier today, and it seems like it's just gonna keep going. So it is tornado warned now. So be paying attention to the warnings, and if you're in this box, get in your safe place.
Pretty compact storm. Now we're going to drop southeast. Hopefully we'll gain visual of the circulation just before it crosses the Mississippi. Circulation is a little bit broad, but it's an HP storm, and you've got that hook that just punched right in there, and that's exactly what it did last time. Might be cycling again, too. We're getting some sun on the backside of the storm. is it. Just in time. Yeah, it's exploding. Been on this storm the whole time. It's been informed north of Houston in the Texas Piney Woods. That's the storm off to the right. Cycling again. It's moving into an environment that is very dangerous. New supercell also near Montgomery, south of Winfield, that looks a little elevated. This one's got a little hook, a new hook that popped out near Monroeville on the south side of it. That's the new hook that's coming around. Look at that new hook. Entirely new hook on it. Thing is going nuts. Just trying to beat it to Simsport. And then across. Hook size. I do think that this storm's going to have the potential long-term to produce a very impactful tornado at some point during its life cycle as it moves across southern Mississippi. I am in Marksville now. I'm right on its ass end. About to punch through the hook as it's starting to ramp up. Cycling fast. Very quick cycle. Should have taken that southern route. But this one said it was the fastest, too. And it should be smooth sailing once I get by Marksville. Have to get through these lights. And we got it.
For those of you who missed it, Reed's saying he's picking out this storm because it's alone and it's riding the boundary. So it's the warm air and the cold air that we're putting up right here. So this warm air coming off the Gulf of Mexico is heading north, right? As you can see with these little particle visualizations. And then you see this convergence right here. That's the boundary. And so this storm seems like it's just going to ride this all the way across. See, we're over here now, so it seems like it's going to ride all the way across Mississippi. Back to Reed.
It's green.
Okay, back to this. Yeah, this is the visualization that we were talking about, the boundary. And so let me hide this for half a second. So this is the storm that we're on. This is tornado warned right now. Reed is back.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, the hook is right in front of me now. Yeah. We're going to drop through Simsport and then up to Woodville. A lot of lightning already out ahead of this. Oh, it's tightening east of Monroeville. Might get a good look at it as it crosses the river. It's just northwest of Simsport. I'm trying to get through this back hook. Look at that. That's the new hook. Simsport, clean inflow. Boom, he knew. Like I might have, yeah, may have tried to just shed a vortex. A major inflow is flowing into that storm right now. I'll take all I can to catch back up to it. Quick gas stop, and then, but yeah, we're gonna be able to get it. No time to stop for gas now. Right in front of me. See the top of the tower? Right up there, very tilted. Blue sky right behind it. Don't think it has a tornado on the ground right now, but it is trying to produce west-northwest of Simsport. New inflow ramping up near Simsport. It's in a bit of a radar hole too. That probably played a role in it getting this tornado warning. Really should just get gas here, but I'm not going to because I don't have time. Accident on the right, hydroplane. Yeah. Excellent. That looks good. Came right through here. Kind of the circulation as it was cycling, it was right through here. 4-Polk's still the best radar, it seems like, fortunately. It's just a major radar hole there. Not much you can do about it. It might even have a tornado on the ground and we wouldn't even know. Unless you're a chaser on the ground on it. Seems to be moving very quickly. I'm going to be behind this thing the whole time until I can catch it. Not going to be easy to catch it on that 61 road. Need it to slow down. Which it will. If it gets tornadic, it'll slow down. Coming back into the hook and the back side of it. Old wall pot off to the right. Yeah, I'm behind this, and I'll just have to keep on cranking to catch it. I'll just get these weird tweets. Reed, I respect you, but wow. What did you do? They're so freaking weird right now. It's like 14-year-old kids trying to tell me how to chase and like don't even have a forecast process. These things are weird. Weird times. Just gotta never stop chasing through it all. Anybody can be a weather channel if you've got a phone and an internet. Let it become. And we got a tornado northwest of Simsport that's trying to develop. Developing tornado north of Simsport, just as it's crossing the river. Severe thunderstorm warnings too in Jackson. I'll probably get this storm in Centerville. You watch. Take me a while. We'll just be doing a perpetual hook slice maneuver on this. About to break into the sun again on the back side of this thing. It's obviously forming on leading edge. Ooh, is that the lowering? I think I can see a big lowering up just ahead of me. It's probably south of where the actual circulation would be. It looks like a lowering off to the left, maybe an old scud bomb. Still a ways away from it. Definitely not too HB. Yeah, you can see that old lowering. That's what the old circulation before it cycled. Just kind of left that behind. And now you got that new base out ahead of us. It doesn't have a tornado on the ground, I don't think, right now, but it does have a lot of rotation there just north of Simsport. There's the old lowering. Look at that. It's like an old tower. The whole tower there is visible. Look. It's the old circulation, folks. Just kind of shed that vortex, almost like shedding that updraft.
Just saw somebody in chat there asking, I don't know what a hook is. That's good. You got to ask questions to learn, right? The hook right now is not very well defined on this storm. It's usually something that happens on a severe storm. And what happens, there's this big area. This is all moisture. This is a big area here. And then this hook comes down at the end here. You could probably see it if I animate it. There hasn't been a well-defined hook on this storm for a little while, but we could look at, there's a little bit of a hook on this one here. Let's see. I don't see any well-defined hooks, but a hook means storm is getting organized, and it's usually indicates a tornado might be coming.
I'm gonna get it in Centerville, a little bit further east. Look at the clear skies out ahead of this beast. That's where the lowering would be. Looking off to the north as it's crossing the river. Almost could see around the bend. That's looking up around the bend of the RFD gust front. As you can see, probably the tip of the new hook too right here. Thank you, everybody. Please share this stream if you know anybody in the path of this storm. Centerville, Woodville, Gloucester, Macomb, hell, Jackson. Everybody share this stream. I'm trying to keep people warned in the path of this dangerous storm. It looks like a severe thunderstorm warning is going to be continued off to the east. But it's developing strong rotation right now, just northeast of Simsport. Look at that. Big inflow. Connor said it came very close to producing down near Bunkie when he was on it. Looks like it's trying to develop again. Look at that. Circulation, big base. A little bit sloped. There's some scud up there too. Yeah, it's pulling an inflow. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to get it in Centerville, Gloucester, Crosby area. Yeah. If I had a straight road that went across right here, I would be able to, that'd be money. Get it right at Woodville, but instead I want to give it some breathing room, give it a little bit of time to breathe before it gets to Centerville. Mississippi, that is.
Right, so you just heard Reed saying, we'll go back to him here.
Circulation would probably be back there, a little further north though too.
All right, so just giving you context here, I'd say Ryu is about right here, and he is headed east, right? So he's moving this way, and he's looking north. And so when he said you could see the inflow, he's actually looking at the clouds. He's looking at the clouds, and they're going into the storm. We can see that represented on this feed with that green here. Reed saying I'm dominating. And I want to say, hey, we got
kind of on the rear flank of the storm right now, looking north from the Simsport area. It's kind of the tail end of the rear flank downdraft. Kind of a lowered base even. Doesn't look that organized right now. Might be a little funnel cloud on the backside of it. Oh, weird. Seems like the LFCs might be a little bit high for this. Westerlies, as you'd expect. See how it's pulling in those inflow bands that are a little bit elevated? This thing's got some work to do. Passing Spinner's Metalworks. Okay. Watch on this bridge, you'll be able to see the base and the lowering. Crossing the Atchafalaya River. Oh, yeah. I think that's got to be the base. It's not that strong. Unless I'm looking too far south. Could be further up. That's it, I think. Does not look tornadic right now. Looks mushy. Agreed, Connor. Unless it was further up. Yeah, that was it. It does look mushy. There you can see the leading edge, though. It's getting more convective, Connor. That front edge, just now. Just now, that front edge is getting more convective. Just caught visual of it. Looking off to the north, so I do think that it's getting more convective again. I'm gonna have to cut through the southeast corner of Louisiana and then back north. Might even be able to go north and get it out Woodville too. Good southerly wind, 76 degrees, very warm. Probably just getting that good inflow. I'm just gonna get it at Woodville. I'm even with the damn thing now. It'll be an easy intercept. Oh yeah, look at it up there. See that on the north side? It's looking a little better. It's got a long ways to go, though. Set to see if I can catch it. It'll be in Woodville in 1 hour. I'll be in Woodville in 1 hour. There it is. Very tilted. Wall cloud on it. Look at that. Wow. What a storm. Pulling in some inflow on the right edge, too. Look at how tilted it is. Wow, you can see the whole structure. It is a little bit north of that boundary. That's why it's hurting right now. See how the clouds are a little stretched here? But what's amazing structure on this storm?
All right, struggling a little bit with connectivity, but we'll be back. Almost are completely back. We are completely back.
Man, very warm down here. Almost seems like it's getting a little LP, but I think that the threat of the tornado is actually increasing on this now. As it's slowing down and getting more rooted, we're going to be able to easily catch it.
So you heard what Reed was saying. He thinks tornado possibility is actually going up on this one, and this has been the storm he's been on all day. So if you know anybody in Woodville, Crosby, Gloucester, Woodville, anybody across southern Mississippi should be paying attention to this storm. You could share this stream with them. You could just give them a heads up. And in the description, there's a Google map of tornado shelters all across the South that you might want to look at. And interesting, this storm is about to cross the Mississippi River. And the storm that Reed was on with Storm Chaser Chad, who's now in the chat, it suddenly planted right when it crossed the Mississippi River. Now, I don't know if this is going to happen on this, but what Reed was telling me offline was that he thinks that as it crossed, the valley had southerlies, so winds coming up from the south that really helped that to plant. So it, as soon as it crossed the river the other night, it planted. Then it unfortunately, obviously, went right into Rolling Fork. But now we are getting closer to the river here.
Look at him go. Holy shit. now got to go all the way around to cross the river down here east of Simsport and then back up to Woodville, and I have to get there before the storm arrives, so it's going to be very close, but I should be able to make it. Weird how that guy blew by me too and then stopped back there. Interesting. Circulation is getting better. I think it's going to go north of Woodville now. Woo-wee! Yeah, the rotation's increasing on this. I think it's going to go tornadic. Probably get it somewhere just north of Woodville next run. Easy pass. Nice clear air down here, 82 degrees. Unimpeded instability axis. Just making another 59 miles. We're good. Woodville, here we come. The storm's going to have to turn way to the right, though, I think, to really develop a realistic tornado potential there. But it's trying to lift. It's going to have to turn right. Interesting to see if that happens. Maybe the LFC is a little too high for it. I can see the wall cloud. It does have a wall cloud on it. I can still see the wall cloud way behind me. Ooh, yeah, rotation increasing on it. There's the rotation right as it's crossing the Mississippi River. It's my location. Drop it south because I got to go to that river crossing. Might have been better to go up there in Natchez even. But yeah, we're gonna get it. It'll be easy. Maybe near Crosby. Woodville's out of the severe thunderstorm warning now. Yep. Yeah, the blue sky's a good sign. At least in terms of instability feeding into this. That's what you're getting with the blue sky. See the tower back there. I wonder if it's going to be able to latch or not. It may not even be able to latch.
Okay, so while we are going through a little bit of a data problem here, never mind.
I peed my pants. Oh, great. Wow. Crossing the Delta. There's Pecos back there. Sure, he got it. Taking the same route that I am. Good to see Pecos. Come on, Pecos. Don't have a ton of gas left. That's the only thing that could really cause me big problems as that storm's crossing the Mississippi River back behind me. Also wonder if Gizmo is going to produce a stool this evening. My mom's watching her closely. Let's see if those caution. It's been a thunderstorm warning until 5:27. Oh, that's an old one. Yeah, that circulation is not intensifying, even though it's got a lot of lightning around it. It's definitely having problems. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings now moving into western Alabama. Another one's developing a little bit further east, too. Hey, what's up, guys? What's up? Thing's probably shot. Echo tops are coming way down on it. Coming into Morganza. Hey, Mommy, did you see that tornado I already got?
Yes.
Yeah, I got on the board already.
Is there more to come?
There's supposed to be, yeah. It's supposed to keep going through evening and the overnight. But the storm I'm on looks like it's getting a little bit elevated.
Well, Brian's doing okay, too. What did he do, leave the race early?
Yeah, he didn't even go to the race. Yeah, he had to leave the race early and then got back just in time to the command center for that intercept. So good on Brian. He dominates.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
He's doing good, isn't he?
Yeah, he takes over whenever you get in a bad reception
Yes. Yeah, he's doing a great job. But I'm going to try to get out of this storm up near Woodville. I just have to get gas. I'm about to run out of gas.
Yeah, I noticed that you kept putting off getting gas, and the comments are going nuts about that.
Yeah, I'm back in the warm air. Oh.
Yeah, really wet, too.
Yeah, I got soaked. I think I wet my pants.
Oh, dear. Oh, well.
Yeah, I got a lot of wetness down there. I'm not sure how it happened. Not good. Yeah. How's Gizmo?
She's good. Just getting ready to feed her dinner.
She's gonna.
Really good, and I made the cookies in here, and I had to give her a dough.
Yeah, oh, you did?
Well, I'm sorry that we're having signal problems just as Reed is getting into details of possibly wetting his pants. But thanks, Mom, for the bit of approval. The race I was at was not a running race. It was the NASCAR race in Austin. Our buddy Ray Dysterman hooked it up. I was able to go there and then get excited about the race. Then the weather started going crazy early. So now I shot back to the command center here. So it looks like, so with connectivity, we have a brand new, it's state-of-the-art box. It goes on, it taps into every cell tower around, makes it into a big signal. So we really shouldn't lose signal. But if we ever have a problem, I'm telling you, oh, there's Gizmo. Gotta go.
Yeah. Little Gizmo, there she is.
What's that? Is that Patty?
Aww.
Is that Patty?
Look at her go.
You ready, Daddy, to come home?
Yep, I'm coming home, Gizmo.
Yeah.
Looks like she's ready to do her turn, doesn't she?
Yes. Yeah, we gotta go do that right now.
All right, good luck. I'm gonna try to fill up with gas here and then try to get back on this.
Alright, stay safe, buddy.
Okay, I love you. Bye. Yeah, the severe warning dropped with that storm. Our storm is dying, which is good news.
So you can see on this feed that this is echo tops. This means how tall a storm is, and usually, and not usually, but the taller the storm is, the stronger it is. And you can see on this, it starts in orange, and then it goes to yellow, which means that it started high and now it's falling down. So what Reed was saying was that he thinks this storm could be dying, and he's trying to figure it out. But we have good signal here, so we'll go back to him.
Yeah, there's the storm. Looks a little bit soft on the top, on the bubbles. A little softer. But it definitely isn't latched anymore. Connor said it tried near Bunky the last time. Boomer sooner. Be right back. Gotta get gas. I gotta change the Dejero battery too, Brian. Oh.
All right, so a lot of you can breathe a sigh of relief. Reed is finally getting gas now, and I do agree. It would be great to have a gas indicator because it really does add to the anxiety. But as Reed is watching how the storm is developing, as he's considering what roads he's going to take, he is looking at gas, and he is calling me right now. One moment. Hello. Hello. What a guy. So he is looking at he's evaluating, like, if a storm is cycling, he's figuring out what part of the cycle it's at. He's considering river crossing. He's considering his experience on roads like these before. He's considering if it's an HP storm, if it's an LP storm. There is a lot that he's calculating that we'll never really know. But we are probably going to have a heart rate indicator on this soon. I would imagine it's usually pretty high. Reed does get excited, as you know. And for those wondering, these there are a bunch of cells going on. This day it's far from over. This might be a little downbeat for a moment. But if we look at the SPCs, so this is the day, right? This is the area where people need to be paying attention. And you could see SPC always really nails it. They have this red area was the highest potential for tornadoes today, and then orange one step down, and yellow. But everybody in all these areas needs to be concentrated on days like today. You can see that we have slight risk is the yellow, and enhanced risk is orange, and this is a moderate risk. Then there goes high risks, but moderate risks are very concerning. So there could be a lot of action that still happens today. So if we look at, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, at least 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. And if you're new to this, a severe thunderstorm warning is what happens before a tornado warning. It doesn't necessarily mean, if it gets a severe thunderstorm warning, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get a tornado warning, but it is one of the required steps. So if we look back at this storm, which is right here now, earlier on the stream, we saw it plant a brief tornado outside of DeRidder. I believe it was the town. It was earlier on the stream. If somebody wants to share, there's a timestamp when it happened. I believe it was at, let's see here. It's at 16:21:19 on the clock in the lower left-hand corner if you want to see that tornado. But we've been following along with this storm since that happened. As soon as Reed got on it, he timed it perfectly. It produced a tornado. Thankfully, it lifted before it really did too much. But then it's been riding this warm, cold boundary. Where do I have it here? Excuse me one second. Been riding this warm, cold boundary that we're showing. That's it. It's the wrong thing there. There we go. This warm, cold boundary. Oh, this is Cape value. Wind. There we go. This boundary, this boundary right here. But as you see it, the boundary gets less defined, so this storm has kind of slipped off the boundary a bit. Sounds like Reed's coming back in a second here, but we want to say what a day for Team Dominator too. We have over 150 new members. Apparently you guys are happy with how the stream is evolving, and it's going to continue to evolve. This is really just, this is maybe 20% of what we envision this stream being. We really want you guys knowing exactly where we are, exactly where we're looking, exactly where we are on the map, because this is about learning. You know, this is about learning, being aware, knowing what the stakes are. Is he in the car?
I do expect there to be an uptick.
Whoops. Man, I keep screwing.
Maybe just head up toward Natchez even. Trying to see what's going on here. That boundary could be coming back north. Maybe up that one again. Winsboro, I could get it up there. Maybe an outflow boundary. You mainly got these severe storms near Jackson pushing up to the east. Forest. This little renegade to the southwest of Collins, southwest of Prentice is also interesting. Let's take a look at the environment. Day 2 into central Georgia, we are going to have to keep an eye on as well. Oh yeah, they're in the stable air. Look at the thermodynamics.
We're just getting Reed's thought process here on his next move, and he's looking at a bunch of storms that are moving into stable air. We'll have to see once he comes back what the new target is. But again, this is still quite early. So if we're looking around at the environment again, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. And then if we centralize on here, let's animate, see what these look like over time. Yeah, these aren't terribly fast moving storms. These are 40 mile an hour, which is fast, but you know, the other night there were storms going 50, 60 miles an hour, which they're just really impossible to keep, almost impossible to keep up with. Let's see, hold on.
To the east can re-intensify. Until that, though, I would have to say goodbye, Pablos. I'm going to punch it to Hattiesburg. Brian's calling. Hey, what's happening? It went dead. Okay. That's a good idea. Yeah, I'm just turning on the unit. It went off. Yeah, it went off. But it should be on in like 2 minutes, or maybe even now. Nice. Oh yeah, I will. Yeah. And the tornado threat's kind of breathing out a little bit until I think that the nocturnal part ramps up. So we're working with that. But I'm probably going to head up toward Hattiesburg Meridian. Hey, thanks for getting back in time for that tornado, too. There's a good chance that'll be the whole event. Could you see it on the stream? You could see it? Okay. Okay. See you, Brian. Bye. All right, everybody, I've got Hattiesburg typed in long term. The storm we're on petered out a little bit, or it dissipated, and it was anchored on that boundary and then wasn't able to stay on and stay latched, or else we'd be on it right now just north of Woodville. Well, we probably wouldn't because it accelerated. I was watching some of these hail producers back on the Louisiana side, but they're on the stable air. They're taking advantage of elevated instability. This one to the west of Rayville is more of a hail producer. You got a new tornado warning, though, now for Thomasville. There it is, and it does have a bit of a donut hole in there. Look at the donut hole on it. Decent rotation there. And it's southwest of Thomasville. There's Thomasville. There's the circulation. Share this stream if you know anybody here in southwestern Alabama. I don't see a TDS. I don't see a correlation drop on it, but it has strong rotation, very tight couplet. That's the rotation. You're looking at it right there, just southwest of Thomasville, northwest of Fulton. A ton of inflow into that storm. And looking at the instability, the storm we were on is right on that differential heating boundary or front, stationary front. And the front was quite strong. And so that storm moved into the stable there a little bit, reinforced by some of these lead storms. And it kind of caused the front to sag south a little bit. Even though you have this blob of 4,000 surface-based cape, it was the same front that led the tornado to happen, though, as that storm interacted with that boundary, stretched the horizontal spin into the vertical, and that's what led to the tornado out there southwest of Alexandria that we documented. And really, we want to watch that frontal boundary into southern Mississippi. Natchez, you're on the stable side. Jackson, you're on the stable side. Jackson, you notice all that convective inhibition there? That's why these have been severe thunderstorms and not tornado warnings. But this one has these little easterly winds into Thomasville, and it's probably that boundary right there, where to the north of it, you have easterly winds, south of it, you have instability and southerly winds, and that storm is anchored right on the boundary, and that's why that storm to watch would probably be this one over Prentice and Collins, west of Collins. And so I'm going to try to get to Hattiesburg, see if I can catch some of these. And it looks like that one's trying to intensify just a little. We're going to Hattiesburg. But this is the unimpeded instability. When we were coming down through Alexandria, you could kind of see that cloud deck that was happening. So I'm going to try to get to Hattiesburg for this next round. Now, storm west of Collins, I think
Check. Okay, now we're back.
Surprised that they issued a special weather statement for the storm that I was on. Looks like it's definitely dying out. Thank you, everybody. So far, we are rocking. The nocturnal portion of this event was really what the moderate risk, I think, is issued for by the Storm Prediction Center. Kind of the anticipation of the kind of the nocturnal mode. It's expected to go a little bit bigger. We're probably about an hour or so out from sunset. Maybe. Re-Dicerman. Thanks for my FBDSS to that NASCAR game. It almost caused him to miss the transit completely, but thank you.
Okay, we're having some freakouts here. Stand by once. All right, we're getting that straightened out, but what were you just saying? Okay, he's back.
Which I think is why I was a little bit low energy yesterday, but got these spider bites. Maybe they're bed bugs. That storm that I was on, I thought it was just going to continue to rip, and then it just wasn't able to stay on the warm side of the boundary. I'm surprised. Pretty shocked. Should be good, right? Yeah, thanks Reed Dicerman, too, for the VIP access to that NASCAR race. And if you're watching the NASCAR race right now, and you want any of those drivers to go storm chasing, put it in the comment section. But Reed, next time you do that, make sure that's not on a big outbreak, moderate risk. Good heavens, it's storm season, springtime. These events sometimes come out of left field. I bet that was pretty awesome seeing that. Big NASCAR race down in the Austin area. COTA. Pretty cool. Yeah, I got these big boils on my neck from getting lit up by a spider. The lead one does look elevated. Those storms coming out of Louisiana look elevated. Probably going to need some more storms to develop back near Alexandria, Marksville, Centerville area again. Might have been the main event already happened too. But yeah, it's supposed to be a nocturnal event too. I think that's why the moderate risk was issued, a tornado-driven moderate with a 15% hatch area too. LFCs might be a little bit high. A lot of hail in Clinton. Looks like copious amounts of hail. Pretty cool. That smell. The hell is that smell? Yes. Thanks, Brian. Thank you. Yeah, the tornado got pretty tight. I thought it was going to hit me, too. I was trying to get in the path of it and then bang. Yeah. Bang. 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 Touchdown. Bang. Touchdown. Bang. Touchdown. Touchdown. Red dividends. Yep. Big river, beautiful river coming. Here it comes, folks. Yeah, I'm headed toward Hattiesburg. Playing the long game now. It's very popular. That tornado that we intercepted, obviously, it might be the only daylight tornado. And then now we're kind of pivoting toward the nocturnal mode here. Pretty cool seeing that whole rain blob come around the circulation, wasn't it? Cool Genesis that we didn't witness, and it didn't hurt anybody. Lofted some sticks, branches, set those down softly. Yeah, go down. Point 1 mile. Oh boy, the storm we were on has died. Look at that. That's it. That's what's left of our thanks. I'll be looking for some gators. Flash flood warning I see in Jackson now. A lot of those to the southeast of Jackson are clustering together, and I think that the tornado threat is relatively low with those storms. Down near Taylorsville, Heidelberg, Stonewall, north of Hattiesburg.
Okay, so yeah, you heard Reed talking about these storms here. He thinks tornado potential is probably lower. But if you are in those yellow rectangles, polygons, be paying attention and be more safe.
Salon, it's open. Oh, we got a quick haircut over there. Do need a haircut. I've had a real killer cut thing going for a while now where it bulges out on the side. It's not ideal. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the models again. I know that wind shear is expected to increase. Storm Prediction Center has this tornado-driven moderate, and I think it's more for the nocturnal mode. A lot of times, though, these types of setups, when you get after dark, they don't like to keep cranking sometimes. So I do think that there is a failure scenario for this one. Slightly different than the other night when that low-level jet started cranking up through the Mississippi River Valley from Vicksburg all the way to the north. You just knew that as soon as that storm hit the Mississippi River, it was going to go nuts. You just simply knew. Good job, Brian. Everybody, hit that like button. Dominate this live stream for us. Thank you so much. I know the principals have never stopped chasing have been under attack by some the storm chaser community and the professional meteorologists, but it really means never stop chasing your dreams and passions. You know, it doesn't mean drive barrel into the tornado blind, of course. It never would mean that. It means to chase, storm chase, develop your process, keep chasing your dreams. Get visual of the tornado first and then chase it. If you don't get visual of the tornado, you shouldn't be in the path of it because you want to know what it looks like first. You want to know what the thing looks like. What's up, Brad? Yeah, I think it just slid north of the boundary or something. I can't believe it. It didn't turn into this air. Maybe LFCs are a little too high. Yeah. I think that I noticed here in the warm sector that winds are a little bit stagnant. So I wonder if maybe that's going to be an issue too. Maybe the LFCs are a little too high and there's some gentle subsidies out ahead of it. There was a tornado earlier. I got that one back in Louisiana way southwest of Alexandria. So that storm actually produced early on. Yeah, I think it's got to be LFCs. Yeah, there must be the LFCs or something. Because there's not even a cloud, you know, there's no cumulus out here. Yeah, there's no cumulus out here. That's usually a bad sign too, but we might just be transitioning to the nocturnal mode. But at this type of setup, they usually don't go deep into the night either. You really need kind of an open wave and an accelerating low-level jet and everything. So, but we'll see. Yeah, it's not the right setup for the ones that don't crank all night, I guess, but maybe it'll work. Well, I'm just heading up to Hattiesburg just to kind of keep everything in play. Nice. All right, man. We'll see you over there. Drive safe. Later. Good old Brad Arnold. I was wondering why that storm died. I think it's just a combination of high LFCs and it's a bit of a warm sector, not a ton of wind out here. This looks like a nice day now, nice spring day. Whereas earlier we were near the vicinity of that boundary, it had cloud cover, you had cumulus that were developing to the south. This might have just happened, the main event might have already happened, but I think that we could be transitioning toward a nocturnal mode too. Sandersburg, Heidelberg. Camden, you got the tornado warning south of Pine Hill. And I think it's radar indicated. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles southeast of Thomasville as of 12 minutes ago. So it's supposed to be in Pine Hill at around 6:50, Yellow Bluff at around 7, Camden at around 7:15 on that lead one. The one north of Laurel near Sandersville does have rotation on it. If that one's able to latch onto the boundary, it'll have a chance. There's another one off to the south of it. north of Hattiesburg that's got a chance. I wonder if some of these further south down near Columbia might even be able to do it. We're just going to continue to go off toward Hattiesburg. Just keeping an eye on these. Maybe these will develop west of Hattiesburg. This storm is rotating near Heidelberg. It does have a mesocyclone. It's rotating there to the west of Shabuda. Might even have a little bit of a vent in there, just a little down in Weak Echo region to the northwest of Sandersville, southwest of Heidelberg. That one's got some potential. I think in general, the low-level jet is increasing. LSCs are the level of free convection. Yes. Take a left here. See if we can get back on these storms. Another severe storm before sunset. LFC, stagnant winds, 81 degrees here, so I know there's a flash flood warning that's in Jackson right now. Damn, these are evergreens, I think. Live oaks down here. Beautiful live oak action. Wow. 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 Yeah, I could. Probably should. We'll blast by here. Amazon Prime, let's go. Beautiful drive up to Hattiesburg. I'm watching some of those storms to the west of Hattiesburg to see if they'll reinvigorate. Camden, Alabama, get in your safe place. You have a tornado warning in effect. Camden, Alabama. So get in your safe place. Tornado warning supercell is approaching Camden. Yeah, that thing would have planted. I would have been really close to it. Would have been like one of the more all-time biggest wins that we've gotten if it would have seen it, but thankfully it didn't. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was injured from that tornado. Just going through the motions.
All right, little signal issues, but I was enjoying that drive there through southern Louisiana. Beautiful down there. Reed is he's outside. Is it Ethel? Ethel, Louisiana. And so he's kind of going into this part of the boot here. And you heard what he was saying. He was saying that he thought that the original risk, which is this, he thought might be more for the nocturnal hours, which is not good. But that's what it seems like. This is a downbeat, and things may very well reinvigorate more towards sunset, which obviously is not great, because you can't see if a tornado is coming at you. But as we were saying, we do have a tornado warning storm here. It's headed for Camden, so Camden, get in your safe place. This should be there within soon enough. It says 7:15 in Camden on here. So about 20 minutes, but get in your safe place, and if you're able to, just get out of the way if you can, north or south. And Reed is back.
Yep. .8 miles, and I take a left at the stop sign, and I'm gonna do a pickle up through Macomb, eventually up to Hattiesburg. Heidelberg storm is the next one that's interesting to me, besides Camden. That Camden one, Camden, Alabama. That one's a problem storm. Might even be a strong tornado eventually coming into Camden. Watch out. This storm here, big inflow, headed up to Camden, Alabama. Pretty dangerous storm here, right on the leading edge. That's the circulation passing just south of Yellow Bluff. There's the rotation, just southwest of Yellow Bluff, that's it. Here's the stop sign, and then we're just gonna rock it off to the northeast. Still in Louisiana, believe it or not. Of course, blasting east. Okay, we get you another monitor, Brian. Oh, yeah. Keep dominating. You're doing good, Brian. We're just breathing out a little bit. Woo! Yep! Yeah, 0.9. Taking a right here. All right, everybody, we're playing the long game. If you're in Camden, Alabama, get in your safe place. A dangerous tornado-producing storm is headed to your location. That's the eastern mode that we were talking about for so long. The eastern mode of severe weather. Here we go. On our way. Yeah, I think I even lost the other one. Everybody, stay tuned. Kind of hear as this outbreak is breathing out, but Camden, Alabama, look out. But yeah, low level are sagged here, 80 degrees. Cloud storms are starting to collapse a little bit. I'm headed toward Hattiesburg, Meridian, and then I'll just punch it east on the I-20 corridor, southern Alabama. Central southern Georgia, I think, could have a tornado threat tomorrow, too. On a day, got a decent signal. Trying to get it up.
Yeah, we do have a decent signal. It goes in and out a little bit, but just saying this again, Camden, get in your safe place. There is a tornado warning on this storm. It should be there at 7:17, but take a few minutes off of that for sure. Stand by. And if we zoom out, yeah, this is the only one with a tornado warning right now. Is this one outside of Camden? So it's past Thomasville. It seems like it's going to miss Pineapple. Let's see it on reflectivity. Oh, this is this reflectivity. Let's see this in action here. You heard Reed saying that he thinks this is a dangerous storm. So yes, get in your safe place. Take it seriously here. Yeah. Having some Reed alien voice problems here, so we got to restart something. Restart. Copy that. There. Okay, he should be coming back in a second here, guys. But yes, this may be. Here we go. Perfect. Back to Reed.
All right, folks, we're blasted up toward Hattiesburg. Camden, get in your safe place. That tornado's still headed toward your location. And I'm playing the long game now, or invigoration of the nocturnal portion of this event. So we're anticipating, at least. We don't need it or want that, of course. Good heavens me. We're right up here to this light. I'm going to hang a Larry up here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, frick, yeah. Frick, yeah. Headed northbound, 12 miles. Got a beautiful little home or shop right there. Cool. Good. Done. Other phone's gone.
Okay. So Reed is headed to Hattiesburg again. This Camden supercell. It is tornado warned, and it will be in Camden in any moment. Please take shelter. You can always look in the description of this video. It has a Google map to tornado shelters made by the man that made it is fantastic. I don't have his name in front of me, but hats off to him. And I will find out who that is. But if we zoom out here again, we think this may be more of a nighttime event. Maybe not. Maybe it just kind of falls off, which would be great for all the residents of the South who definitely could use a break. But the storms may be breathing out right now. But they may breathe back in later, is what Reed was saying when he was talking to Brad Arnold on the phone. See, they all talk to each other, all the storm chasers. So a couple of people also wondering who I am. So just so you know, I've worked in TV for a while. Reed and I met when I was a producer for Team Dominators on Storm Chasers in 2011. So I would be caught in a vehicle driving around. I had no idea what was going on, so I really didn't know how to tell the story. So I would meet with Reed after a chase day and try to learn and be like, why were we facing north? And then we pointed south. And then why was this dangerous spot? Why wasn't it? And so then over time, Reed taught me a lot. I was able to understand the story of the day a bit better. And then since then, I love storms. But I also do Shark Week stuff. That's why I have, this is from the MV Kate. Back to Reed.
That's the mesocyclone. It's got quite a bit of inflow, and even though it's in kind of a radar hole, the circulation of the tornado would be just south of Yellow Bluff. Camden. Okay, come on. Tornado! Tornado! Oh yeah, that's the trees. Yeah, Camden is that dangerous storm that's headed up to Camden, Alabama. Also, some severe cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings southwest of Atlanta, north of Columbus, Georgia. Yeah, that storm there southwest of Montgomery that's heading into Camden is probably the most dangerous one out of all of them. It's actually anchored on the boundary down there. It's got a bounded weak echo region too, a bit. Weak echo region, I should say, kind of in the middle right there, where all that lightning's located.
So you heard Reed. This is what he considers, and what it looks like the SPC considers to be the most dangerous storm right now. This one going into Camden here, so look out. And eventually that storm will be in Moss, and who knows how these are. Oh, he's back.
Might even be getting a little bit tighter. I'm right in the middle of this massive hole. Look at the storm died and this huge elevated LFC blob started taking over. Look at that. I'm gonna have to try to get out to that eastern prefrontal confluence line to get back into the game. Don't ever count out Team Dominator. We're going for it. Moderate risk. What do they keep at the 3 p.m. outlook? Do they still have a out with the 15 hatch, still tornado driven moderate, or do they remove the 15? Yeah, I was soloed on this chase today, but I met up with a bunch of chasers yesterday there in Jackson at the Pig and Pint. Great place for barbecue. If you're ever in Jackson, check out the Pig and Pint. Great place. Great food. I hung out with Brandon Clement with Weather Chasing. Hung out with Aaron Rigsby, Brandon Kopic, Vince Welty, Vince Welton, Adam Lucio, Joe.
All right, all right, all right. It's not the first time I got McConaughey. And McConaughey in town here in Austin is like royalty. He's actually the minister of culture for the Reed sings. He is. No, he's not back yet. But Matthew McConaughey is the minister of culture for the Austin FC soccer team. So instead of ole, 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 they say, all right, all right, all right. It's a fun time. Okay. Looks like he's almost back here. So this is where Reed is. Reed has said he's in this big clear area here with all these storms all around him because these storms slipped off the boundary. We do have one tornado warning here. The one by Camden. And it'll be, let's see. How fast is this moving? This is moving at around 36 miles an hour. So radar indicated tornado warning. Max hail size 1.25 inches. And it looks like Reed is almost back. We will continue to upgrade any connectivity technology that we could get. It's going to be on this stream. And we've already put one big layer in, and we're going to get a second big layer too. Stand by. I'm going to see if I can get Reed here. Seems like he's in a real bad area. But we do have a fancy connectivity box that basically takes 2 AT&T cards, 2 Verizon cards, and 2 T-Mobile cards, and it constantly draws all that it can from all the surrounding towers, and then makes it into one big pipe. So you get pretty amazing upload speeds. But sometimes there's not much around. So we will have more, but a lot of times it's either the area, or a lot of times we also see the storm actually completely screws everything up. Sometimes storms obviously even knock cell towers down here. But it looks like we have a new tornado warning here. Let's look at that. This is in Fawnsdale at 7:45, in Uniontown at 7:53. Looks like there's Marion's in the path. Uniontown might be in the path. New Hern might be in the path. Get in your safe place. This is a radar indicated tornado warning issued at 7:15, so just 1 minute ago. It'll expire in an hour. The storm is moving at 30 miles an hour. Let's see here. Yep, it just went tornado warned here. So it looks like these cells that are out kind of in front of everybody, or in front of this mess here, these are the ones that are starting to go tornado warned here. So let's... Reed says bad data here, almost back. One of the amazing things about Reed is his he has perfect recall. He has a photographic memory. He's also a photogenic guy, but he has a photographic memory of roads, tornadoes, data areas, everything. He remembers everything, which makes it hard to argue with him sometimes. But he does know he is going to be coming back into the good data here for a second. But as of this moment here, we want to be looking at this new tornado warning. Come on, come on. Click. Well, if we go in, we see Linden, Dayton, Uniontown, New Bern, anywhere you're in this tornado warning, get to your safe place. There is, you should always have a plan. We're already off to kind of a crazy year. And it seems like things may get crazier. So make sure that you're ready for a situation like this. And if you are in a tornado warning area or even a severe thunderstorm area, start to think about what you're going to do, where you're going to go, and be paying attention, not just to this stream, but to your local news, anything you can. Weather radios are really great. Let's see here. Yeah, I also just want to take a second to thank all the moderators too. We really, really appreciate it. I mean, if anybody remembers, just, I mean, definitely this time last year, but even a little bit later, the chat was kind of a mess. There were a lot of porn bots in the chat, and so now we've gotten that and some bothersome people under control. So thank you to the mods. You guys do an amazing job. Reed's just about back here, but we are looking at these two tornado warned cells here. We got a tornado warning. Again, that's going to be in Fawnsdale at 7:45. Even before that, 7:53 Uniontown. These are two potential storm tracks that I'm bringing up on the screen here. So again, 7:33 Fawnsdale, 7:45 New Bern, 8:03 Marion. Get to your safe places and pay attention to this storm. This one down here by Camden seems like it's out of the populated areas, which is great. But if you are getting alerts on your phone, get to your safe place. Looks like he's back. Bad audio. We'll have to restart that. Okay, so this makes 1, 2. So this makes not that many tornado warnings on the day. If you were watching the stream the whole time, we started all the way back here in DeRidder, and that's where we saw the tornado that we saw on this stream. And then we've been tracking along with these storms down in the boot of Louisiana. And now we're kind of up in this area here, right? We are in, I could see, Liberty, Mississippi right now. There we are. We're right here. So Liberty, Mississippi is here. We have a bunch of storms here. Okay, Reed is back.
Microphone, and then I have the camera facing me. Now when it loses signal and does adaptive bit rate, then it causes a discrepancy between the audio and the video bit rate. I think that's it. Might have just unlocked the issue. But yeah, the Camden one does not have a tornado. The circulation's passing just south of Camden right now. I won't move the phone. Half mile, let me take a right at the stop sign. .48. Right now we've got 2 tornado warning storms, one just south of Demopolis, does not include Demopolis, and the other one is passing just south of Camden, Alabama. .9, I'm going to take another right. Now, one near Newbern, northeast of Providence, really look like a tornado. It looks just a little bit turbulent, but that is it. If there is a tornado there, that's it just northeast of Providence. Take a look and see if there's a TDS on that. Not seeing a TDS, which doesn't mean that it's for sure not on the ground. But that one is a little bit further north into the stable area too, heading up toward Newbern, Uniontown. Trent said somebody got hammered by a big hail. I think that Uniontown circulation will probably die out, but Uniontown to Newbern, north of Dayton, you want to be in your safe place with that tornado. Camden one's doing a similar cycle northwest of Pineapple that our last one did, where it ships off that little hook-like appendage. Vicksburg has a severe thunderstorm warning, big hail there possible. Definitely a classic hail producer. I may just go to Jackson and get some of that hail, folks. giant MCS is forming out near the Mississippi-Alabama border. Mesoscale discussion for Jackson proper was probably for the hail. Let me read you this. Just issued. Strong storms posing a continuing risk for severe hail could still consolidate, organize, and eventually pose some risk for strong gusts spreading east to the I-20 corridor. In the wake of the initial organizing convective system, a zone of enhanced warm advection above the trailing surface cold pool is maintaining vigorous convective development, with modestly steep mid and upper lapse rates being maintained. Cape for the most moist parcels rooted within this regime remains sizable. Shear, though, through the convective layer remains strong, which is contributing to a continued risk of severe hail. It is possible that the activity could gradually consolidate into Jackson through 2-3Z. If this occurs, the severe hail threat may diminish a little. It could organize some surface wind gusts. If you're in Montgomery, Alabama, watch out for that storm off to your south. I would be a little more worried if I were south of Montgomery, kind of in that warm and humid air. But overall, the tornado threat is starting to subside with this event, if you ask me. Looks like everything's starting to grow upscale a little bit more. Head east here on 24 toward Macomb. And then once I get toward Macomb, I'm going to consider either heading north toward the hail producers that could head into Jackson with a hail threat and maybe even proliferate that flash flood threat, or I'm going to continue to blast up toward Hattiesburg. LA Fitness, I could just get a quick workout in right there. Really is. All right, got to make the call here. I am hungry, but I'm just not sure if there's a ton of food available here. Maybe JR's. Come on! What the hell is going on here? Might just get some Mickey D's in Macomb when I make the call. Mickey D's, y'all. They do have Hunt's Brothers Pizza there, but last time I did that, I ended up filling my pants. What is this going on here? Jeez. Barely moving. Must be a vehicle. That almost looks like a Dominator underneath there. Hopefully someone didn't steal the Dominator. It's from Oklahoma, too. Look at that. It's like it's shaped like a Dominator. Tornado warning continues southeast of Camden, and it is trying to tighten up a little bit just on the east side of Camden. It's passing between Camden and Oak Hill, a little bit closer to Camden. Tornado warning west of Uniontown. There is some rotation there, but to me it looks like a nothing burger. That one's on the stable air a little bit more. Come on, Dan! Yeah, I'm gonna probably go with the Big Mac. When I go to McDonald's, I go with Old Faithful. I get the Big Mac. I love the sauce, the Thousand Island sauce. I was going to get a deep tissue massage this morning in Jackson, but I would have missed that tornado, so it's a damn good thing I didn't do that. Australian Shepherds, wow. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thank you for the 2. Maybe I'll get an extra side of fries with that. Yeah, 3-inch hail in So-So. That southern Mississippi hail, slightly elevated storms. My good friend Trent Robertson, who's an emergency manager, told me that his buddy Brandon saw some really large hail. And Trent's down in the Leakesville area. I was worried that the tornado threat was going to be a lot higher down there, so I let Trent know. Just keep an eye on it. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Big Mac just tastes good, and I think it's healthier for you, too. It's a little easier to digest. I usually get a large Coke, Big Mac, and an additional 6-piece chicken nugget in addition to the fries. One meal's not enough for me. I burn so much food so fast that I always have to get 2 meals at one time. Well, I ate at Hunt Brothers a pizza that was about a week old, apparently, and I was so hungry. We hadn't eaten the whole chase, and so I ended up eating the pizza. Everybody was flipping out, but I decided to eat it anyway because I was so hungry. Alex was out there, Michael Koch, and everybody's like, don't eat it, don't eat it. Michael Koch was like, wow, do not eat that pizza. And bam. The next morning, it was not good. The Hunt Brothers pizza had the regular sauce. I also think there's a chance of some 3-inch hail coming toward Jackson, too. So we got to decide up here in Macomb. Do we go north on 55 and go for the hail, or do we keep blasting east of the lead convective line and try to get some initiation there? You know, Timmer is actually Dutch. My dad's side of the family is from the Netherlands, so you guys just eat Wiener Schnitzel over there and sauerkraut, right? Tube steaks, a lot of hamburger, bolognese, meat and potatoes. Thank you, Team Dominator, the most badass community in storm chasing and weather. Just call it weather in general because it's true. Aaron, I liked your tweet that you said earlier about the tornado sirens. I agree. Just every single tornado movie begins with a tornado siren, and so people are always listening for that, especially in those small towns. But the people at Rolling Fork were probably aware if their town did or didn't have a tornado siren. But the tornado did cut power, too, cut signal, just as I was approaching it from the south. Suddenly, yeah, I didn't know it. And Storm Chaser Chad's ringtone is a tornado siren. I kept hearing that siren go off. I was like, there's the sirens, and it never was. It was always the ringtone coming on. But I don't agree with just getting rid of tornado sirens. I think that they're an important part of the warning process, and especially for the small communities, the Mid-South, those areas. But you do want to also rely on some other options like your cell phone warning system, weather radios, battery-powered weather radios. Oh, yeah. Nothing tastes better than Crown on a Reuben sandwich. And it's good for the bowel movements, too, for your microbiome and the large intestine. Tornado warning continues for that one southwest of New Bern. and for the storm due east of Camden, but the circulation doesn't look as organized. It's passing just north of Oak Hill now. Has big inflow, big lightning on it. That green area is the storm relative inflow that's all heading in toward the mesocyclone. So the tornado would be somewhere in that area, but it is still a little bit broad, not really tightening up. And the low-level wind shear is kind of marginal out there further east in southern Alabama. It might increase as we go in the overnight hours tonight. Maybe with some jet structure that could move over the warm sector that's kind of compressing down into southern Mississippi, southern Alabama. Yeah, I'm going to pass this person. Here we go. Slingshot effect. Slingshot it. Slingshot it right by the semi. Legal pass. Legal pass. LP. Flood warning, flash flood warning also for Forest, Mississippi, east of Jackson. Getting darker out here. I believe we're just past sunset now. Severe thunderstorm warning includes Laurel. Yeah, I'm going to try to get that up to the Dropbox. We are headed up to Hattiesburg, a little bit north. My confidence in this nocturnal tornado outbreak tonight transpiring is getting a little bit lower, but I know that this happens a lot with these Dixie Alley tornado outbreaks, and you're getting close to sunset just before the low-level jet ramps up. But I just don't think that this is the type of setup that's going to go big at night. It could, though, and the Storm Prediction Center thinks that. So keep that in mind. I did find my other phone. I lost it forever. Yep. Come on, guys. Let's hit those 700,000 subs. We're almost there. Within 10,000 of 700. Let's go. Let's see if we can get there. Next stop on the way to 1 million. Stealthy PS, thank you so much again for always supporting us. Thank you so much. Stealthy PS, if it weren't for you, I mean, you basically are saving Team Dominator. Thank you so much. Ryan said, you called in. I don't know who to call. Rock Hardy, I'll be safe on my travels. Thank you, mostly. I'm just seeing your text, Ryan. 8.4. Yeah, most people do say blast east. Oh, that's not good. I was thinking about going and then bam. Window closed. Almost home. This thing's done, I think, back here. It's definitely congealing into a complex of storms off to the east. New tornado warning, though, now. Gilbertown, Needham. Gilbertown, we've been there many times. And in fact, we saw that tornado, I think, last year that passed just south of you. Get in your safe place. Circulation is beginning to congeal. I'm headed toward Hattiesburg, John. I'm not sure if that area is going to blow up or not. I think it might just kind of in the lead of this MC, maybe even just to the east side of the border, Mississippi-Alabama border. That's the most dangerous storm right now, that Gilbertown storm. See if we can catch it. It'll take us a while. Storm does have some clean inflow on it. Toxic, get in your safe place. Toxie, Needham, get in your safe place. Needham. Look at that. It's just carving out that inflow. It's just coming right into that cyclonically curved interface there. Just ahead of the hook, right along the forward flank gust front. Classic. It's advancing. Circulation hasn't weakened too much. Let's see what the next scan on the velocity shows. It's pulling in plenty of inflow there, west of Gilbertown. Look at all the lightning, too. All those lightning strikes. Yep. Yeah, I'm headed in toward Hattiesburg. I got to go through Macomb first. We should be on that same storm that produced the tornado when we were on it back there, but that one has weakened. Yeah, oh, you're talking about those. I see him, Johnny. Gilbertown, though, dangerous. Yeah, just west of Hattiesburg, they're trying to blow up, but they might be on the cold side of that boundary, too. Tornado warning off to the east of Camden has been allowed to expire, north of Oak Hill. That one's been allowed to expire. So there, wow. Might be getting arrested. Almost to Macomb. The one southwest of Montgomery has lost its tornado warning. Now I'm wondering about those near Needham, Gilbertown and Needham, but the rotation has weakened just a little bit. Needham, watch out. Needham, a QLCS tornado is coming in. Look at that. Strong rotation. Coming into Needham right now. There's the rotation. You actually got two areas of rotation within the one on the southern edge and then the middle one, which is actually tighter west of Needham. Needham, get in your safe place. That's a dangerous circulation there. That's a couplet by definition. Let's see if we've got... Brian and I know somebody with the last name of Needham, don't we, Brian? Yes. Definitely congealing into an MCS. We do have some new towers on the west side of Hattiesburg. I'm going to try to get those too. Can I find some Mickey D's first? Almost to 55. This is already also call. And Guerrilla Hail producers are trying to fix the tail end MCS. Oh, big anvil crawlers, eh? That must mean that they're pretty intense. I wonder, you gotta analyze the environment though too. I wonder how the wind shear is shaping up on those out near Hattiesburg, or if it's behind the boundary, or if those tornado warning storms over southern Alabama were able to reinforce the boundary. I can tell you that the air down here is stagnant. There's no wind down here. No wind. That eastern one got rewarned southwest of Montgomery. Mainly, probably because it's in that radar hole, but still looks fairly decent up there. Northeast of Oak Hill, southwest of Gordonville. New Mexico for it. I'm just gonna get Wendy's because it's convenient. It's located right there. Don't at me! Do not at me, Dan! I swear I've been at this Wendy's. They're the newer Wendy's though, so. Oh, geez. Good. Do a little radar breakdown. This is the new tornado warning storm, and it's trying to get inflow, as evidenced by that cyclonically curved forward flank boundary, forward flank gust front. There's the forward flank downdraft. The tornado would be right about there, northeast of Oak Hill, headed up toward Gordonville. This is the other tornado warning storm, and Needham had a QLCS circulation headed right at it. And go over to Mobile radar. And I believe that circulation was north of Needham. Yeah, that was the circulation right there. Maybe a correlation drop, but I don't think so. 2 circulations, the lead one. It's now east of Needham, northeast of Toxie, south of Butler, but Butler is included in that tornado warning too, as is Pennington. That's probably with that prefrontal confluence line, kind of on the back end of this developing and intensifying MCS, or mesoscale convective system. So it's starting to grow upscale, and it's leaving behind this outflow boundary. And it does seem like Hattiesburg is trying to fire, but I think it's along the outflow from this leading MCS. Got some severe thunderstorm warnings south of Atlanta, a couple down near Noonan, south of Barnesville too. I do wonder about these hail producers coming out of... I mean, that one that's just going to be a nasty hail producer right there. Coming out of Winsboro. And it's going to turn right and probably just head right into Jackson, folks. Look at that. I'm leaning just to go after that. Probably get some 3-inch diameter hail on it. So that's probably what we're going to end up doing. Once I get this food here, fresh beef. Square up with some fresh beef. Oh yeah, that's got to be a March Madness. Square it up. Where's the beef? Where's the beef? Jackson, you are not out of the woods for hail. I'm going to get to Dave's double. I'm going double, going big. Does anybody like the crispy panko fish? It's like a good one too. It's very good right there. Coming in at about 1,000 calories. You can't go wrong with the Baconator. We're going north, I think, for the hail producers. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, how are you?
Good. Can I please do a Dave's double combo?
What's your name?
A large Coke. And
Can I get for you?
could I also do an additional chicken nugget?
4615.
I'll do a 10-piece with barbecue sauce, please.
Can I get for you?
That's it.
All right. 78, thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. Yeah, so that's my goal, I think, is to go for this hail producer right there. This thing is turning right. It's east of Winsboro. It's headed right. I'm making a beeline for Jackson. Jackson's got the flash flood warning still. I think we're going for the 3-inchers. Look at that classic thick hook. It's about to absorb that, increase its mass even more, slightly elevated. It's going to be a nasty storm. Hi. Good, how are you? Hey. Sorry. Can't find my credit card. Oh, I got it. I found it. Sorry, I've been chasing storms last couple of days. Lost my pants. Crazy tornado up a couple days ago too, wasn't it? That rolling fork one, Highway 82 up there. But it cleared out down here. You guys are in the clear now, but I saw one earlier in Louisiana. I could show you. See it?
Hey, it's a tornado.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, have a pleasure.
All right, so take it easy.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, how's it going? Thank you. You too. Yeah, I'm leaning toward Jackson. Here we go. We're going for it again. We're going for these 3-inch hailstones, folks. Put on your seatbelts. Hold on to your butts. Here we go. Damn, that's hot and fresh. That's a great Wendy's back there. Wow. That is hot and fresh. Frick yeah, let's go. That's the motivation that we needed. $77 miles, here we go. We're sending it. Full send up to Jackson. Mm-hmm. Just eating right now. Yeah, just eating. That was so good. I got so much energy from that. I'm a fat burner, so. And MCS does have a tornado warning up to the east, but it looks like it's going to be allowed to expire. We got one near Needham.
Guys, just doing a quick recap of what we're doing here. So Reed is right around here. He's looking at this cell, yeah. And this one's coming this way towards Jackson, of course. And Reed's going up here, and he's going to try to intercept what he says about 3-inch hail. So should be interesting. I'll give you back to Reed now.
Look at that one, even back northwest of Alexandria is still cranking, so it could even be multiple rounds of severe weather. And I'm going for this hail producer here. We'll see if it'll be able to turn right or not. It probably won't be able to. Yep. Never fret. We are going for the gorilla hail, everybody. Might take a while. We're going for it. Thanks, everybody, for joining this weather report. Nighttime chase mode here again. Big tornado a few days ago was the one that was headed toward Rolling Fork. Yes. No more tornado warnings. Demopolis to Linden, down west to Thomasville, just severe thunderstorm warnings now. Tuscaloosa, you're just getting rain, stratiform rain down in Tuscaloosa right now. So, stratiform rain up in Tuscaloosa, severe storms back south of there. Mesoscale discussions all over the place. Let's go. Let's do this. Dominating. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in today. We got a tornado early on in the stream. I think like 4:35. 4. Hell, we might get the only tornado of the whole outbreak. Thank you, new Team Dominator members. Thank you. Oh, fascinating. I don't know if this is going to happen tonight. Still good, of course, but not looking as likely at all. Too much stable air, too many rounds of convection. Even those hailers that are coming out of Louisiana may not quite survive. I was wondering if the Storm Prediction Center might have walked back some of those tornado probabilities now that it's grown into such a large MCS. In southwest of Birmingham, we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. But as I said, I don't think this is the type of event that's going to go big well into the dark. That's why I went all the way out to Louisiana to try to get the Hail Mary tornado out there. All right, looking at the radar again here. I do think that there's still a threat of some big hail today. The elevated storm is trying to mature there to the west of Hattiesburg, but just looks like ass on the backside of that MCS. Large hail producer also north of Alexandria still continues. North of Colfax, look at it. think we started the stream at 3:15, so 5-hour stream. Yeah. I don't think these are going to survive into Jackson. They'll probably go right along the southern periphery of that rain sheath. West of Canton as well. But boy, everybody, I think that this nocturnal portion might not be happening. Contact Brian real quick. Yeah, this nocturnal portion of the event seems to be petering out a little, doesn't it? Yeah, we got that lead complex of storms, so those tornado warnings have been dropped. It's possible that we got the only tornado with this event. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'll just keep heading up toward Jackson, and then I'll keep watching those storms. And if they ramp up, we'll keep going. If they die out, then we'll shut it down. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'll let him know. Okay. So yeah, we are still in the mix. But the nocturnal portion of this tornado outbreak is looking a little bit less likely. But we already got on the board early. We started the stream at about 3:15. We got that tornado there west of Oakdale, Louisiana. Might be the only tornado from this entire moderate risk. But we're going to keep going up toward Jackson. I'm watching those hail producers that are coming out of Louisiana. The stuff that's going up near Hattiesburg, I don't think that has as much of a chance because it's kind of behind that complex of storms, the MCD. Yeah, it's a little bit behind it. Thursday of next week is another significant day, and tomorrow there's a slight risk across central and southern Georgia. I'm about 47 miles south of Jackson now, headed northbound toward Jackson. Maybe those hailers will be coming into Jackson. There's a lot of stratiform rain over the Jackson area, though. When you kind of look at a further away radar, for example, like even Fort Polk, you can kind of see that there's a lot of rain, a lot of stable air that is suspended over Jackson right now. That with that rain and stratiform rain there, that could definitely weaken the elevated lapse rates or any elevated instability that may or may not be present for those storms. We're going to keep headed north, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to Never Stop Chasing. They are trying to reinvigorate. That one has a special weather statement that goes all the way to Bolton. At the very least, I do think that the flash flooding could be exacerbated in Jackson. So, and who knows, maybe it'll move into that stratiform precip and somehow get invigorated even. You never do. 2 moderate risks in the last week down here in the Mid-South. This one ramped up fast. It was a marginal risk. I imagine that the upper level pattern's a little flat, but strong, you know, to still get 45 knot storm motions. Yeah, we're headed up to Jackson in search of Gorilla Hail. Gorilla Hail producers. What sets up the stage for Gorilla Hail is good elevated instability, good deep layer shear, even a slightly elevated storm, and weaker low-level shear. But a lot of times when a storm's elevated, it's not able to tap into the low-level shear that's present anyway. Usually the low-level jet starts cranking just below the inversion. Yeah, here over the next 30 minutes, we'll know if we're going to be able to get in on some Gorilla Hail or not. I think it has a nice core. I'll show you what it looks like here, just west of Jackson. And I'm using a radar that's a little bit further off. I'm using Fort Polk so I can see on purpose a little higher up in the storm. And that's what I'm doing. I'm actually sampling the hail core by purposely selecting a radar that's a little bit further away from the radar, and that's what you got with that one. It's passing south of Vicksburg. Vicksburg already got in on the hail. That's Vicksburg off to the north. Well, that's the one that we're lining up. It is heading in the direction of Jackson. It'll be interesting to see if it's able to maintain itself as it slides into that area of some elevated precip. Yep, headed north for those hailers. It's non-severe, that one passing south of Vicksburg. Storm near Winfield, Louisiana is still severe. Looks a little bit elevated there south of Winfield. Maybe some elevated hail on that one. I'm feeling pretty good though today, believe it or not. I feel good now. I'm not even sure why, but for some reason I feel pretty good. Disgusting. What's that? Too many MCVs, right? MCSs. Everything is growing upscale. Everything's congealing against each other. This is a good update, everybody. You don't want tornadoes happening. We already got a tornado that didn't cause any problems. It was out in the middle of nowhere. So now we can be thankful. And I'm just blasting on I-20 toward Meridian. Still all that tornado damage too. Rolling Fork east. AccuWeather just deployed a bunch of people out there for the whole week of coverage. I'm just gonna shut it down, everybody. We're just gonna shut it down. It's not happening. Everything's growing upscale. Those storms are dying out near the Mississippi River. They're elevated. Temperature's 68 freaking degrees right here on I-55, so we're on the stable side of the boundary. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, new Team Dominator members. Glad we got that tornado stream live today. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And the slight risk, be sure to hit that notification bell because there's a slight risk with tornado potential tomorrow, central and southern Georgia. But thank you, everybody. Thank you, Brian, for skipping that race and making it back in time to breakdown radar.
Okay. Well, I think what we got before that was Reed was shutting it down. Okay, we'll shut it down. All right, just you just gotta here. I'll just put you on speaker. You gotta give your sign off. Never stop chasing.
All right. Never stop chasing.
All right, man. I'll talk to you in a sec. All right, thank you guys for tuning in today. We might have gotten the only tornado of the day on this stream, and again, there's a slight risk tomorrow, so check that out. And then there's more stuff happening later this week. So we're off like a shot in tornado season here. We'll continue to improve this stream, and we'll continue to bring more guests on, more guest chasers with Reed, and continue to upgrade all around. But thank you very much to the mods. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. We got some momentum here and we're going to keep building. So thank you guys very much, and have